Rialta, you're always my first person. How are you today?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for
So,
asking. Yeah.
yeah. So you got it the other day when I sent you
Yes. Yes, I did. I did. Thank you so much.
okay. Well, you're the first person here. You want to say hi to Bonnie Maroney? There she is.
Hi, Bonnie Maroney. You're so cute.
Okay. So let me, while we're waiting for the other people to get started, let me see if I can open up my records, okay? So
Okay.
let me tell Bonnie Maroney to go away. Not right now, baby. She's so well behaved.
That's good. You're lucky.
I am lucky. I've had some bad dogs before, but she's a really good one.
Nice. I have two Bonnie Maronis home, but they're humans.
What do you have? No, tell me more about your dogs.
I'm sorry.
Tell me more about your dogs.
Uh,
You said, Rialta, you said that you have two Boney Maronis. So I said, please tell me more about them.
well, they're my kids. I mean, like my kids, they're 5 and 8. But
Kids
they're
are a
like
lot more kids are a lot more labor intensive than dogs, aren't they?
exactly. They need I think they need parents' attention, right? We have to take care of them.
Oh my goodness, it must be difficult for you to take a course when you have kids, huh?
Well, I work too. So course was, and finally yesterday I finished my whole classes, and now I'm gonna sit down and study for the exam, for the school exam first.
Okay. All right. Well, I say the time is 6 o'clock, and let's see if you and I can get started and other people will join us, okay? Because we haven't got a minute to lose. All right. Rialta, before I start talking, um, I'm sorry. Before I start talking, do you have any particular subjects that you would like to cover?
To be honest, anything that would you would think like we will go through the test, I would appreciate. To be honest, I don't know exactly what to ask. It's anything that would be a good review for us.
Okay. Generally speaking, almost every school tries to make their exams similar to Department of State. And the reason why is that Department of State is our leader, they're our bosses. Okay. So if they say that these are the topics that they consider important, then every single school is going to follow them, aren't they? So, generally speaking, the school test is going to be quite similar to the state test. So let's see if we can get going. How do you feel about starting with some math? I like to start with math when everybody is feeling fresh.
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay, here's one for you. If a home's market value is 300,000 and community's uniform assessment is 60%, what is assessed value? Now, I think you know how to do this one, huh? I have to grab my calculator. I don't have my calculator with me right now, so let me grab it. There we go. Got my calculator. Okay. So 300,000 times 60% is going to be 180,000, isn't it? Okay, let me show that to you again. So 300,000 times. Now, you and I know that 60% is the same as 0.6. So I'm going to do 0.6 here. And we get 180,000. Okay. So let me type it in the chat for you. 300,000 There we go. So I think that was a pretty easy one. What do you think? Now, this is a math question. And you know what happens sometimes is sometimes, Rialta, you are going to have math questions that don't involve any numbers. In other words, what they're going to do is they're going to ask you about they're going to ask you about equations. Okay, so let's see if we can do one. Which statement does an investor use to estimate and project a property's future income potential? Now, I think you know the answer to this one. I think you do, but I'm going to give you choices, okay? So your choices are A, balance sheet, B, operating statement, C, pro forma, or D, rent roll. What's the answer? I know you know it. Which statement is for the future?
Operating system, sorry, like I can't type, maybe operating system.
Well, think about it for a minute. See, the operating system is for now, okay? And they're asking us about the future.
It's a pro forma.
Thank you. I told you, you know it. So the answer is the pro forma. Because pro kind of means like future. Okay. I promise you that's all. I'm sorry? Don't worry if you can't communicate. I know that you know the answers, and we're just going to keep going. All right. Uh, let's try a non-math question. What is the main purpose of Department of Buildings? You will see this question on both the school test and the state test. Okay, so here are your choices. I'm sorry? Please forgive me, I didn't hear you. So your choices are, okay, so what is the main purpose of Department of Buildings? Approve variances, uh, assess property, enforce building code, or rule on grievances. So what's the main thing that Department of Buildings does? Hi, Deepti. Deepti, did you get the most recent question? I'll put it up for you again. Yeah. Okay, I'll put it up for you again. What is the main purpose of Department of Buildings? Approve variances, assess property, enforce building code, or rule on grievances?
I think it's C.
Thank you. Absolutely right. Now, what they try to do on the state test is they try to fool you because they say, oh, well, they try to have durability and they try to uh they try to have safety and all of that kind of stuff, right? But you know what? All of that is in building code. So the overriding answer is building code. Okay. Hi, Carrie. Hi, Suman. Oh, we have some new people joining us. Good, good, good. Okay. Don't you worry, you didn't miss anything because at the end of the class, I'm going to give you the uh I'm going to give you the transcript at the end of the class. So don't worry, you didn't miss a thing.
How are you?
Very well. Very well. You have to say hello to my little dog. There she is.
She's cute.
Thank you. She's very cute. Okay, let's keep going because we don't have a minute to spare. So what we are doing is we are looking at questions that you are likely to see in both the school test and the state test, because the school test tries to be as much like the state test as they can, really. Because Department of State, they're our bosses and we try to follow them. What loan does a developer use to cover lots in a subdivision? Now, we know what a subdivision is. A subdivision is when a builder goes and he buys some land and he surveys it and breaks it up into lots. He divides it up into lots. So they call it a subdivision because he's dividing it up. Oh, I gotta love it, Deep T. I didn't even give you choices yet, and you already have the right answer. Gotta love it. All right. So she is absolutely correct. Deep T is correct. The answer is blanket mortgage, which covers lots. Well, I'm going to say not lots. I'm going to say it covers many properties. Absolutely right. Okay, what else have we got? Okay, I have one that I gave you last week, but I want to see if anybody remembers it. Let's see if anybody remembers it this week. A building has 12,800 rentable square feet, 10,000 of which are considered usable. What is the efficiency factor? Now, to answer this, you have to remember the equation, okay? So we know that efficiency is the area that a tenant can use for their business. Loss is the area they can't use, like stairs, bathrooms, lobbies, halls, etc. Okay, so to figure out efficiency, we are going to divide a usable space, square feet, by rentable space. Whoops. Square feet. Because rentable is the whole thing that you are paying for. Okay, so let's see if we can do it. So 10,000 divided by 12,800 equals, where's my trusty bling calculator? I've had this, I swear to God, I've had this for like 30 years. So 10,000 divided by 12,800 equals 0.78 equals 78%. Okay, so 78% efficiency is the answer. Okay, you notice I try to talk really fast because I'm trying to cover as much ground as we possibly can together today, all right? So try this one. How is property tax rate set? And this question, once again, it's on the school test, it's on the state test. They love to ask you this. All right, so let's see what we got here. I think this is a hard question, honestly. I think this is a hard question. So how is the property tax rate set? Automatic annual increases. Well, we don't have, oh, pardon me. We don't have those in our state. Okay, we don't have automatic set increases. Based on the tax levy. That sounds plausible. Proposed by the mayor. Nah. Set statewide. Totally nah. Okay, because we have different property taxes in every municipality in the whole state. And in our state, we have about 1,000 cities and towns. So it's definitely not set statewide. And the mayor doesn't have that much power. Okay? So what do you think is the answer here? I told you it's a hard question. Okay. Thank you. Rialta has it right. Okay, now let's talk about why this is the answer. Okay, because the city starts. Hi, don't worry. Don't worry, we're easygoing. And you haven't missed a thing because I'm going to send you the transcript for this class at the end. So you won't miss a thing. Don't worry. All right. So the answer is B, based on the tax levy. Now let's think about it for a minute. So the city starts with a budget for how much money they need to run the city. They subtract the amount they get from government aid. And they are left with how much the city needs to raise from property tax. That is called the tax levy. So, real property tax in cities and towns in New York State is based on the tax levy. And that is on both school and state test. Okay. That was a hard one. All right, what else have we got? Oh, here's one that's on the state test. What is the definition of APR? Now, on both the school test and the state test, they avoid abbreviations, but here's a case where they're using an abbreviation. So they're expecting you to know, they are expecting you to know that APR equals annual percentage rate. So they want you the definition of APR, which is the interest rate charged by the bank plus loan fees plus points. Okay, that's a definition of APR. Now, do people remember what points are? If you don't remember, just tell me and oh, okay. So one person remembers what points are. If you don't remember, don't feel bad. Just say to me, Kristen, talk about it. You know, if you want me to talk about something, I'll talk about it. No problem. Okay, I'm going to talk about it anyway because nobody is responding to me. So I'm going to talk about it anyway. All right. So a point is indeed, okay, our friend here is absolutely correct. A point is 1% of the loan amount. It is interest that borrower pays at closing in return for the life of the loan. Okay, so a point is 1% of the loan amount. Okay, very good. Don't worry, I will send everybody the transcript at the end of the class. Okay, so a point is 1% of the loan amount, and it is the interest that the borrower pays to the bank at closing in return for a lower monthly interest rate. Now, what does that mean? Okay, let's talk about what it means. Okay, so let's say that I walk into the bank. Hi, happy bank. I want to buy a home and I would like to get a mortgage. And happy bank says to me, thank you. They get some of the interest up front. So happy bank says to me, well, Kristen, that's going to be 6% interest. I go, 6%? That's awful high. Tell you what, Kristen, if you pay us 2 points, we'll give you 5%. So I love this because I'm going to have lower monthly payments for the next 30 years. Happy Bank loves this because Happy Bank is going to get 1%, or I'm sorry, I think we said 2%, right? 2% of their loan right up front. So if I am borrowing $800,000 from Happy Bank is going to get 16,000 now. Thank you. So I'm happy because I have lower interest rate for the next 30 years. Happy is happy because they're getting 16 grand now. That's the idea behind points. Okay, so let me type it for you into the chat. So banks like points because they get some of their interest in cash now. Borrowers like points because they have lower monthly payments for the next few decades. I like that. So yes, it seems that points are a good thing if you have the money up front to give. That is true. That is a true statement. Is there a limit on points allowed? There's not really like a legal limit, but there's kind of like a limit in terms of common sense. Okay, because let me explain. Have you ever heard the idea about sled dogs? Okay, it's called the law of diminishing returns. And the law of diminishing returns means that, like, if you have maybe like 6 or 8 sled dogs, great. If you have 20 sled dogs, they can't carry all their food and water. So it defies common sense. And it's the same kind of thing with points. If you have that much money that you can give like $100,000 in points, then why don't you borrow less from the bank and you'll pay less interest? If you have that kind of money lying around. Exactly. Exactly. If you have $100,000 lying around, you can put that down in the house and borrow less money from the bank and pay less interest, right? Now, if you want to know how many points are a good idea, you can go online and they have things called points calculators. And you say what your interest rate is, how much of a discount the bank is giving you in points, and how long you are planning to own the house, and how much is the cost of the home. And then the points calculator will tell you how long it takes for points to be a good idea. In other words, if I pay $16,000 in points, but I only own the house for 2 years, it's a terrible idea because I won't save any money over time. So the points calculator tells me, well, Kristen, if you hold the home for, I don't know, 8 years, you will save a lot of money on interest. Exactly. Exactly. Now, to be fair with you, what we are talking about right now is much more complicated than they ask you on the test. On the test, they only ask you what points are. So you don't really have to worry. Okay, let's do some more. Does anybody have any more questions about points?
We got it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. When Pam's home mortgage was sold on the secondary market, who most likely bought it? Okay, and here are your choices. Thank you. My goodness. I'm starting to feel like you don't even need me. Because everybody is getting the answers right. You don't need me. Okay. Of those 4 choices, what's the answer? Federal National Mortgage Association, Fannie Mae. Now, I hate to do it to you, but on the test, you have to know the full names of the government mortgage agencies. So you have to know that FHA is Federal Housing Administration. And Fannie Mae is, well, we just said it a minute ago, Federal National Mortgage Association. Okay. All right. I have a boatload of questions for you. I can go all night, I'm telling you. Oh, we have somebody new joining us. Please tell me if I am, please tell me if I'm pronouncing this properly. Dilmagani? Or is it Dilmagani?
Yes, Dilmagani.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay. Hi. Well,
Right.
everybody pronounces Bacorn wrong. My last name, Bacorn, everybody pronounces.
Yeah.
So I'm used to it.
It's my first name's even worse, so don't even try my first name. But you can call me Sherry.
Shoot.
Nice to connect with you. I actually just got out of work. I'm driving, so I'm gonna be listening more. I just recently joined your program, and I got through chapter 1, 2. I think, yeah, chapter 1. So I'm a beginner. I wrote down a few questions, but I don't have my notebook with me. So I'll join on the next webinar with my questions ready from the reading.
Well, don't you worry. Yes, we will do co-ops and condos. Somebody else asked about that. Yes, we'll definitely do co-ops and condos. And I don't think you have to worry, because you know what is my attitude is I say you gotta learn the stuff. And we don't care if you learn it now or you learn it later. Just learn it. Okay? So there is
Okay.
nothing wrong with being in your first chapter. Don't worry.
Thank you.
How many years is the tax depreciation period for an apartment building on a straight line basis? Now, this is from one of the later chapters. This is from chapter 17. So probably a lot of you haven't done this chapter yet. So I've got my smarts key. If you're too smart, I kick you out. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay. But I'm just kidding. Okay. But let's talk about what depreciation is. Okay. So, Internal Revenue Service assumes that buildings do not last forever. Buildings have a lifespan. And they assume they give you a tax deduction each year based on the fact that your commercial building is getting old and won't last forever. That is the depreciation deduction. Okay, so the depreciation period for apartment buildings is 27.5 years. The period for offices, factories, stores, all that kind of stuff, right? Is 39 years. This is on the test. Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. Okay, I'm going to ask you the very same question again. How many years is the tax depreciation period for an apartment building? Now, the straight line basis thing, it just means that your deduction is the same amount of money every year. That's all that it means. Okay, so thank you. Thank you. Everybody's got it right. Beautiful. So the answer is 27.5 years. All right. By popular request, we are going to co-ops and condos. Oh, here's a hard one. I've got a hard one for you. How do condo residents take ownership of shared areas like parking garage and lobby? All right, I'm going to give you choices, so that makes it easier, doesn't it? So I'm going to give you choices. Now, if you took the chapter, I think it was chapter 3, where we spoke about different kinds of ownership. So here are a bunch of woohoo! You don't even need choices. I don't believe it. You don't even need choices. This is fantastic. Everybody's got it right. I love it, love it, love it. Entirety, in common, joint, or severalty. Answer is B, in common. Very good. All right, let's do some more. These are fun. Here's a question that is definitely on both the school test and the state test. It's on both. Who holds title to a specific co-op apartment? And Here are your choices. There we go. All residents as tenants in common, the co-op board, the co-op corporation, or the unit owner. Now hang on. I have a question for you. Who owns the whole freaking building? See, the board of directors is an elected group of maybe like 10 or 12 people who are going to do like the difficult work of like running the corporation and making decisions and stuff. But legally, who owns the whole freaking building? Well, okay, very, very interesting point. Okay, so let's elucidate this. Okay, so the building, a co-op building, is owned by a co-op corporation. And the entire building is owned by the corporation. The board is a small group of residents who are elected to make decisions for the corporation. The building is owned in severalty by the corporation. We know that severalty means one owner. The common areas and all the apartments are owned by the corporation. The tenants buy shares in the corporation. So they are part owners of the corp. Okay, let me try another question for you, okay? And I think that this will explain it pretty well, okay? So Pam buys a co-op. Who owns Pam's physical apartment. And here are your choices, okay? The co-op corporation, all Pam's neighbors, the co-op board, or the sponsor. Who owns Pam's physical apartment? Well, excuse me. Hang on. Who owns? Forgive me. Who owns the building? Thank you. The answer is the co-op corporation owns the whole entire freaking building. Okay? Yeah. I mean, I guess if I say it, it's true. But yeah, the co-op corporation owns the whole entire freaking building. Because if you ever look, like ownership in New York State is public record. Like, for example, if you wanted to find out what property I own, you could actually put my name into New York City records and find out what property I own. Okay. So New York City buildings that are co-ops are owned by a corporation. And they usually give the corporation the name of the address. Like they'll say 33 Happy Street Corporation. So it is the corporation that owns the building. Now, who runs the building? Well, the people who own shares in the corporation, they vote. And they choose their favorite people to be on the board. And the board is like a handful of people. The board is like, yeah, exactly. The board is like, maybe 10 people or something like that who make the day-to-day decisions about how to run the building. As a matter of fact, that is a question on the test. So on the state test, they will ask you who runs the daily operations of a co-op. And the answer is the co-op board. Okay? Makes sense, right?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Well, these are good. Let's do some more of these co-op questions. These are good. We should probably do some construction questions too, huh? Okay, I can't resist a construction question. So if you think about who is liable if someone gets hurt, then it's easier to derive an answer who owns it. Well, I don't know, Carrie. I mean, that's a complicated question because, for example, let's say that my dog bites somebody, okay? And I live in a co-op, okay? If my dog bites somebody in my home, most co-op owners are required by the terms of their sale to have homeowners insurance. And it's not technically called homeowners insurance, it's technically called renters insurance, because you and I know that co-ops are leasehold. So co-op owners get HO4 insurance. Let me write that for you. Co-op owners get HO4 insurance for their homes, the same way that rental tenants get HO4. Okay, correct. Condos get HO6. You are absolutely correct. So building owners get property insurance. Well, it could be HO1, could be HO2, could be HO3, depending on, what kind of coverage they want. Okay, so building owners get property insurance, and therefore the co-op corporation also would have insurance. So this is not on the test, but I'm just going to tell you, pretend my dog bites somebody. Okay, if I have HO4, they're probably going to sue me and get the money from my insurance company. If I don't have HO4, who are they going to sue? They're going to sue whoever's got money. So they're probably going to sue the building. And they're going to say, oh, look how terrible this building is. They allow vicious dogs in their building. So that's why most rental buildings and most co-ops require leasehold owners or leaseholders to get HO4. Makes sense, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see what else we're going to do. Oh, okay. So I have a new one for you. Well, you know why I chose the dogs? Because believe it or not, the #1 property insurance claim in the United States is for dog bites.
Really?
Yep.
So I never gonna have dog,
Oh.
or otherwise maybe it's the insurance, right? So you in house the house, if we have house insurance, so that gonna pay for that, right? Or we
Yes,
have to do
homeowners
separate
insurance.
insurance?
Yes, homeowners insurance
Oh,
also. Like if you live in a house or if you
okay.
live in a condo, you would get homeowners insurance, and that includes the dog stuff. If you live
Okay.
in a co-op or if you live in a rental, then
Mhm.
your HO4, which is your renter's insurance, covers the dog stuff.
Oh, it means when we have insurance, we need to make sure that it cover that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, my little dog would never hurt a flea. Look at how sweet she is.
Yes.
She loves everybody. So co-op owners get HO4, right? And condo will get HO6. You are absolutely right, Deepti. Not all dogs are bad. I agree. What's the difference between the sponsor and the co-op corp? Okay, I'll tell you what. There are two ways to make a co-op or a condo. Okay, you can build one, or you can convert a rental building to be a co-op or a condo, right? Now, whoever it is, whether it's a person or whether it's a company, but the one who creates the condo or the co-op is called the sponsor. So pretend, for example, pretend I live in a rental building, okay? And my landlord says, well, you know what? I want to convert this rental building to a co-op, okay? So what he's going to do is he's going to be the sponsor, and his goal is to sell every single one of the co-op apartments. And when he's done selling them all, then he's going to leave and move to California. So the sponsor is kind of like temporary. The sponsor is the person or the company that makes the co-op or condo. Where does the co-op corp come into play? Well, basically what happens is the landlord is going to sell the building to a corporation that he creates. And he has like the whole like legal system figured out, where when a certain number of the apartments are sold, he's going to leave. Yeah, the landlord would be the sponsor, unless somebody else comes in. Like, what if I came? What if I went to a landlord and go, "Hi, Mr. Landlord, I would love to buy your building and make a co-op." And he goes, "Okay, Kristen, how much are you gonna pay me for it?" "Oh, I'll pay you 50 bazillion skajillion squidillion. I'm gonna pay you all this money, right?" So the landlord is gonna leave. I'm gonna buy the building in the name of the corporation. So I'm the sponsor until we sell a certain, it happens to me every single week. This is supposed to be a 1-hour class, but I always go overtime. I hope you don't mind. Can you stay with me a little bit longer? Okay, stay with me a little bit longer. We'll do some more questions. And don't worry, Carrie. Carrie, please give me your email address so that I can send you the full transcript of this webinar, okay?
Oh, may I have the transcript also? Because I've been driving.
Who gets the transcript?
Oh, how do we get it? We send her email.
You give me, you put into the chat, you put your email address, and after class tonight, thank you, Carrie. After class tonight, I will email you the transcript. So you'll have everything that happened in this class tonight.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'll put my email in right now. Thank you. I didn't know that.
Yep, no problem.
Do we have to join each webinar to get the transcript, or if we miss a webinar, we can still get? Because I'd be interested in getting all of them.
No, and I'm sorry for that, but I think the school has rules about that. I mean, it's funny because I don't really, honestly, I don't really understand all the school's procedures and stuff, because all I do is teach. I just teach. So I don't really know how the school handles stuff, but what I was told is that if you attended the session, you get the transcript. If you didn't attend the transcript, you don't. I'm sorry. If you didn't attend the session, you don't get the transcript. That's what I was told. That's the rule I was told, and I have to follow it.
Okay, no problem. I just sent mine too. My email.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, let's do a few more.
Hi, Christine. I have one more question.
Sure.
Can I schedule my state exam before the school exam I pass? Because whatever the options are available to take the school exam, dates are too far. And I was thinking, since we are in a class right now, I finished my course too. So I was thinking to go for a state exam directly. What do you suggest?
Sure, why not?
So I can take it, right? There's no requirement that I have to pass the school test first.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And the good news is that, like, if for any reason you don't pass the state test, you know what? You don't worry. You take it again. You can take the state test again and again until you run out of $15. So there's no reason to be nervous about the test. You just go and take it. And if you don't pass, you take it again. No problem.
thought we have to pass the school test for them to send it to New York State so that we have permission to take the state test.
No, no, you can take the state
No?
test before the school. No, you can take the state test before the school test.
But
And
both are required to get a real estate license.
Yes, they're both required. Yeah, you got to do them
Oh,
both.
okay. So you can
Yeah.
do them out of order. You can do them out of order.
Correct. You
So-
know, I had one guy.
Okay, that's good.
I had one guy. I got to tell you something funny. Actually, okay. Sometimes students ask, does this course have a textbook? And yes, we do. But the thing that I like about RELNY is they don't make you pay for the textbook. Okay. Because if you want to download the transcript of the course is free. Okay. So I love that about this school. But if you want the book, they sell the book on Amazon. And as you can see, the book has about twice as much content as the course. I wrote the book. That's why it's got a picture of me. Okay. But the book has about twice as much content as the course. Okay. And one of the things that I'm very happy about is that RELNY told me that they sell the book for cheaper than any other textbooks. Any other New York State textbooks is the cheapest one. So anyway, so I have to tell you a funny story. What happened? There was a guy who bought the book. Okay. He bought the book before taking the RELNY course and he passed. He didn't take the course. He went downtown, he took the state test and he passed without taking the course. All he did was read the book. And so,
Oh, wow.
yeah. And so students went to this guy and they go like, oh, you're our hero. Like, you know, you passed without taking the class. And you know what? They got him to autograph the book, not me.
That's funny.
Yeah, they got him to autograph the book.
Is the
So he-
transcript more concise, like to the exam, to the
I'm
state
sorry?
exam? Is the transcript more concise, like less material and
Oh,
more
yeah.
targeted towards the state
Oh,
exam?
definitely. See, what the transcript is when you take my class, the transcript is everything that I say.
Oh, I see.
You can download it for free. Now, Deep T is asking where can you download the transcript? And I think what you do is when you are taking the class, I think it has a little like a little, what would you call it? Like a little thing that you can press. And you can choose to download the transcript and you can download it for every lecture. And it's free. So that's what I love about the school. I don't know any other school that does that.
So it's the transcript of your video lectures.
Yeah, it's every word that I say.
Oh, okay.
And they have it in 5 languages.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in the course. Okay, so when you're taking the course, you're gonna
Yeah.
see all the artwork that I did, and you're gonna hear me talking, okay? And there's a I don't know, like a little link or something that you can click, and it allows you to download the transcript. It's inside the course. Oh,
Do
no,
you?
they've had it all along. They've had it since the day that we started the course. You know,
Wow.
this school has only been in existence for a year. And I've been teaching. I mean, you can tell, you can see from my white hair that I'm pretty old. So I've been teaching for like 20 years. And I have taught at so many different schools. And this is the best school that I ever taught at. because I love the fact that they don't make you buy stuff and they give you stuff for free and they have fantastic yeah it I kind of like the blue. It they have fantastic customer service. So like this is the best school I ever taught for. It's my favorite school. Do you know how to contact customer service if you need to? Let me type it for you, okay? So customer service, RELNY, customer service is info@relny.com. And there's this really, really nice lady. Her name is Deb. And Deb will help you with anything you need. And if you ask her something she doesn't know, then she will ask the administration, she'll ask me, whatever. If you have an academic question about the content of the course, she will forward it to me and I will answer all your questions.
Is it possible, Christine, if we get the phone number for Deb?
Oh, golly, she does have a phone number, but I don't know what it is. I've never spoken to her on the phone. I mean, I speak to her all the time by text, but I've never spoken to her on the phone. I think the phone number is on the website.
I call that, but nobody respond me there. Just it was saying that leave the message. That's it. So
Well,
I'll try again.
yeah, maybe what you can do is you can ask her in chat if you could make a phone appointment with her, and then she'll
Okay.
call you because she's very nice. She calls the students all the time and talks to them.
And one question, I'm just trying to like schedule my state test. I tried yesterday, but it's not working. I couldn't get. Where should I go? I go in dol.government.gov, but I'm unable to schedule that.
I know
So
it's a mess. Okay, let me tell you. Let me see if I can help you out here.
Mhm.
I called Department of State and I spoke to this fellow who really knew what he was talking about. And he
Yeah.
said, huh, that is so strange. Every time I try to give you Deb's email address,
Mhm.
it gives me an error message. There we go. Okay, finally it worked. Okay, so I spoke to this fellow and here's what he told me, okay? You schedule your state test at eaccess.com, okay? But
Okay.
do not use Chrome as your browser. Use Safari or Firefox or something like that.
Firefox on Safari is also browser. So it means browser means they are particularly saying about Chrome. You do not use Chrome.
That's what he told me.
Yeah, because okay. So
Okay,
no Google, no Chrome.
right. And then the other thing he told me is always be sure your email address is something like Gmail or Hotmail or AOL, one of the big ones. And then don't Google e-access. Go to NYS DOS. And we know that DOS is Department of State. And follow the path to the test. Okay, so those are the tips this guy gave me, and they really did work.
Okay, so hopefully we will be good.
A lot of students have had trouble signing up for the test through e-access. So this guy gave me these tips.
Thank you.
This is for
Okay.
the state exam or the school exam?
State. The school
Oh,
is easy. The school is easy to sign up for.
okay.
When you have done 90% of the course, you are allowed to do the school test. So
Isn't
it
it best to
doesn't-
finish all of it though before
I'm
you take
sorry?
a test?
I'm sorry?
Isn't it best to complete the whole course before taking a test?
Yeah, I guess, but they allow you, like if you get sick or something, or you have to go on vacation or something like that, they allow you to take the test, the school test, after you have done 90% of the course.
I see.
So, Christine, one more question. Like, how many chances they give us to pass the school test? As you explain about New York State test, we can take again and again. But what about the school test?
The school test, they do not charge you. You can take it again and they don't charge you.
And even on the same day or every day?
That I don't know. I mean, they might make you take it like the next day or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's
The
unlimited
school you can
number of
keep
times.
taking it and they don't charge you. That's another great thing, because some other schools, if you do not pass the school test, they make you pay to retake it. And RELNY doesn't do that.
What's a passing score for the school test and the
Only
state test?
65. Only 65.
Is that for school and also for the state? Both is 65?
No, the state is 70% to pass, and the school is 65% to pass.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Deep T is asking, no, I think it's more than 3 times for the school test. We have 3 different school tests. But I think that if you take it a 4th time, you're just going to get one of the same ones again. But these are more questions for Deb. Deb is the administrative lady. I'm just the teacher.
Okay. So, teacher, last question from my side. Do you know, like, because I am purchasing extension again and again, and I done my 79 hours of, and I done practice. So, what do you think? How long I can use my dashboard to practice test?
Forgive me, you mean a practice test from RELNY?
Yes, online,
How
where
long
I'm
are
doing
you
right
allowed to
now.
use it? I don't
Yes.
know. I don't know. I think you get to keep it, but I'm not really sure. That's a question for Deb, because Deb is in charge of customer care. And what I do all day long is I just write courses. That's what I
Okay.
do all day, every day, is I just write courses.
Yes, because
So let me see.
yes,
Is there a
thank you.
breakdown of the questions? That I do know the answer to. Okay. The answer is the Department of State wants to have one question for every hour of the class. Okay. So for example, if fair housing is 4 hours, then there's going to be 4 fair housing questions. If implicit bias is 1 hour, there's going to be 1 question on implicit bias. and so forth. If math, I forget how many hours math is, but you get the idea. Okay, it's however many hours it is, that's how many questions there are. So when you take the test, and if you fail, the second test will be different, and if you fail, the third will be different. That is correct. But they're kind of the same. They're kind of the same. Like one test is going to say, how old do you have to be to get a real estate license? And you and I know the answer is 18, right? So a different test is going to say, what is the minimum age to become a salesperson? And you and I know the answer is 18. So sometimes it's the same kind of question over and over again, but they're worded differently.
Are
So
the
it's
test
a
questions
18 or
similar
20?
to the state?
I'm sorry?
What's the minimum age to take the real estate test? Because it's 20 is for broker.
Yeah, 20 is for the broker and 18 is for the
18 is
salesperson.
part-time.
Is this school exam similar to the state?
Very. Very similar. The only thing I would say is that the school test, the words are much simpler. Like the questions are shorter and the answers are shorter. So
In the school test?
the school test, the language is simpler. On the state test, they use a lot of they use a lot of legalistic language on the state test. Mm-hmm.
I see.
Yes,
And then if you
thank you.
fail
Unnecessary words. Absolutely right.
and if you fail and retake it, it's a different question bank each time. It's computerized.
Yes, yes, because the state has about maybe 8 different exams. And so if you go and you take the state test, every single person in the whole state is taking the same test you are. So like people in Buffalo, people in Plattsburgh, people in Elmira, people in Schenectady, they're all taking the same test you are that day.
And then if you retake it the same day, is it the same exam?
You're not allowed to retake it the same day for the state.
Oh.
No.
And is there a minimum time that you have to wait to retake it?
Yeah, they usually make you wait a week or 2.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But I don't think you're going to have a problem. I think you're going to be okay. I mean, the majority of my students pass. If you take the state test, they might give you test A. So if you fail the next time, it might be test B. That is correct. But they don't call them ABC. They call them like 701, 803, 904. They give them numbers.
I have one last question. If someone wants to do targeted studying like a week before the exam, what's the most concise way of studying after, because if you go through all the video lectures, that takes a lot of time. And then once you're done with all that, what's a better way to review everything before the exam?
Well, have you looked at the exam readiness meter? The ERM?
Yes.
The exam readiness meter, RELNY invented it. And we have observed that students are finding that the exam readiness meter is very accurate. So, for example, I've spoken to a lot of students, and like if the exam readiness meter says that they're going to get an 82, they usually score somewhere between 80 and 85.
Right.
And I'll tell you a secret, okay?
But that's based on what you get on your quiz scores. That's what that's.
Yeah, but those are the same questions that are on the final. The lecture tests are the same questions that are on the final. You're going to see them again.
The final school exam?
Yeah.
Oh, those are the same questions as the.
Yeah,
As
but I
the-
mean, hundreds of questions, so you don't know which ones you're gonna get. But yeah, they're repeats.
of the lecture, the final lecture exams, like lecture 1 exam, lecture 2 exam.
Mhm.
But there's only 19 lectures, so there's only 19 exams.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get to that exam yet, but it's how many questions are those? They're not that many questions.
Well, the school has
lecture.
3 tests. What happened is the school wrote 4 tests. One of them is a practice test, and the other 3 are final tests. So the
see.
practice test is very similar to the final test.
Which is very similar to the state exam.
And they're very similar to the state because as a school, we try to follow the leadership of the state government.
Okay.
My opinion is I think that the practice tests that the school has prepare you better for the school test and the state test than ones that you find online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, like the randomly online, you mean?
Yeah, like I had a student the other day who was asking me all these questions. And I said, where are you getting these questions from? And she said, oh, I got them from like online tests. And I said, well, I hate to tell you this, but these questions that you're studying are not on the school test and they're not on the state test. So, I mean, they're okay for fun, but they're not really going to prepare you. So I think that the RELNY school practice test is better than the ones that you find online. The book, yeah. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, this book does have practice questions in it. I forgot. I wrote it so long ago that I forgot. It does have practice tests in the back. I wonder how many practice tests it has. I don't even remember. How many practice tests does it have in the back? Oh, it's got a boatload of them. Yeah, see, it's got all these practice tests in the back. So these are pretty good too. Because they're going to be very, very, and of course they give you the answers, as you can see. They give you the answers. So these are very similar to the school test and the state test. So I say we have 2 more minutes. Can I go over 1866, 1968, and 1988? Okay, very good. All right, here we go. What was the first fair housing law in the US? What's the answer? What was the first fair housing law in the US? Thank you. 1866 Civil Rights Act for race. Absolutely right. Because if you think about it, the Civil War ended in 1865 and the Civil War ended slavery. So what's the first thing they're going to do? They're going to give the freed slaves, they're going to give them equal, I know I wasn't here either. They're going to give them equal rights in property ownership, right? Kind of stands to reason, right? Okay, now here is another, here's another one that is always on the test. This is the state test, okay? Which law was the first attempt by the federal government to assure equal rights in mortgages? Can anybody guess which law? I'll tell you which law. 1968 Fair Housing Act. Thank you, Deepti, is the answer. Okay, now here's a question that is always on the school test, always on the state test. All right, which two minority groups were protected in the 1988 amendment? Thank you, to Fair Housing Act. Absolutely right. Answer is disability and family status. Okay. Family status does not mean marriage. It means kids.
One question,
word.
Kristen.
Mhm.
If we have means our kid, like children over than 21 year old or 25 years, so that also count family?
Sure. To talk about immediate family.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, how do we remember that? How do we remember the disabled people and the little kids? Thank you. Okay. So the amusing way.
Yes, you explain in the class, means in the videos very well. I remember
The
now.
amusing way to remember it is
Yes.
disabled is wheelchairs. Little kids, strollers. 1988 looks like wheels. Okay, I promise you that question is on the test, both the school test and the state test. The 1 is the handlebars on the bike, the 9 is the body riding, and the 8's are the wheels. That's fantastic. I never even thought of that. You know, I take my little dog bike riding every single day because I have a special safety device that attaches to my bike, and she loves to run with the bike. That's why she's 12 years old and she's in such great shape, because she exercises every single day. So yeah, we're biking fools.
Do you have her picture?
Do I have her picture?
Your
Yeah,
daughter?
I have lots of pictures of her. I have
Right now, handy.
I'm constantly taking pictures of that dog, I'm telling you. Every day I take pictures of her. She's in the same position. Yeah, because she likes to sit with me while I work. And she knows when the class is over. And when the class is over, she knows it's her dinner time. Okay, so did everybody give me your email address? Okay, because then I can send you. Very good, because then I can send you the transcript of this class, okay? So you can always reach me through the RELNY website. And you're always welcome to reach out to me and ask me anything you want. And I hope to see everybody next week. That would be great. So I hate
Thank
to
you for your
say
help.
goodbye. Huh?
Thank you for your help.
Yes, I hate to say goodbye, but I guess we have
Have a
to.
good. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right. Good night,
Thank you, Kristen.
everybody.
Thank
Okay.
you. Good night.
Bye-bye.